Well, hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us here. We are on Facebook Live. We're also on YouTube. I'm joined here with meteorologist Taylor Kanost. I'm Chief Meteorologist Brad Edwards, and it is going to be a busy night, I think, Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, the warm air moving into central Iowa as we speak. It's a humid air mass as well, and all the ingredients seem to be there for potential severe weather throughout the evening. It's
our highest risk we've had so far. It actually is higher than back on March 5th. The risk, at least the initial risk area. And let's talk about what the setup is here right now. Now, if you live in Des Moines or southern Iowa and you step outside, you're going to feel it because look at these temperatures. We got 80s coming in. Down in Shenandoah, it's 88 degrees.
Yeah, got to 90 in Omaha at the top of the hour here earlier as well. So really, really warm air moving in after kind of a cloudy midday and early afternoon. Those clouds are now clearing on out. The sun's back and it's starting to heat up, especially in
and for a while, we were even doubting, is that warm air going to make it? It is going to make it. And I think we'll probably get to 77, 78 in Des Moines by 6 o'clock. So the setup is we got this warm front lifting quickly to the north. Usually warm fronts don't lift that quickly. We got the warm air. We've also got humid air here. So the dew points are going up. They're not a big stark difference here, but 50s, mid 50s here, and then we got some low 60s, but that does add moisture to the air. Yeah, and the higher the dew point, the better chance for severe weather, better chance for tornadoes. That's generally how it goes, and 60s dew points is sufficient for all of that. Okay, so what's interesting is we have a cap in place right now, so nothing is developing. These are up here to the north, they are above the cap, but there's warm air. What is a cap? Well, it's that warm air above us that's actually warmer than the air below it.
Yeah, so, you know, for a thunderstorm to develop, it needs unstable air, basically colder air above us, and allowing that warm air to rise.
Because warm air rises, but it can't rise because it's got warm air above it. So you can see this whole area here is basically capped by that warm inversion. And then we've got some showers and thunderstorms starting to pop up back there to northwest, and that's where it's probably going to develop.
Looks like our very first signs of something is popping up here between Sioux City and Omaha, so we'll keep an eye on that. But that's about it for now.
That is the area we're going to watch closely. Now, the bigger picture, I want to show you that this is actually a blizzard up in Bismarck.
Yeah, I mean, that's cold side of the storm right there. They're going to get over a foot of snow likely in parts of North Dakota.
Yeah, they were forecasting 2 to 3 feet, in fact, with that blizzard warning going into effect. So there's our warm front pushing through the big area, big strong area of low pressure. And we have a watch out in northwest Iowa right now, Taylor, and that's for Sioux City. Does not include central Iowa yet.
Right, but northwest Iowa included in that watch. There's a very good chance we will have tornado watches farther to the east as we move through into this evening. But for the time being, this is our lone watch.
I would guess the next one's going to start here around Fort Dodge and work its way right back into Omaha.
I would agree.
Yeah, so that's going to be the next watch that's issued. And we're not going to see probably anything in our viewing area until after 6 o'clock or maybe even 7 o'clock. But it is going to start. You can see it already developing. There's also around north of Norfolk. We got some thunderstorms developing. So this is from the Storm Prediction Center, and this is a level 4 for tornado risk right here. And
we don't see that too often.
No, we don't. It's kind of scary. And even Des Moines is in the medium risk right now. And what's going to happen? Well, we're going to see those thunderstorms developing in this area. And because of the winds, we've got south winds coming in at the surface here, and then we've got these southwest or west-southwest winds coming in above that, and that creates spin in the atmosphere.
Yep, that's what we call wind shear, and you're creating rotation just with those different winds, different directions at different heights. And that can help us produce supercells, and those are often the tornado makers.
And the winds at the surface may be 20 to 30 knots, and the winds above that might be 80 knots. So there's stronger winds aloft as well. So here's our scenario going into this evening. You can see we're going to have a pretty warm evening out there, temperatures in the 70s, and then the thunderstorm chances go up, at least in the metro. This is for the Des Moines area. Around 10, 11 o'clock is when we see that. Let's break it down hour by hour. And here's 6 p.m.
These are the storms that are really concerning right here. The initially kind of isolated storms. These are supercell potential, could produce all types of severe weather from hail to damaging winds to tornadoes. So this is initially going to be a problem for far northwest Iowa. But as we move into the early evening, we could see those move into our northwest counties of our viewing area.
So all of these, every one of them could have a tornado warning. I wouldn't be surprised at all. So that's why we have such a high risk in that area. And then we continue to move it, and it forms more into a solid line, or kind of almost a solid line. And again, these are the thunderstorms that could produce any type of severe weather. This is at 9 o'clock at night. I think it just updated. In fact, this is a new update.
Yeah, it looks like it is.
Yeah. Because we were seeing more cells out in front, and that's always a concern. If you get the cells out in front, they're more liable to produce tornadoes. But anything along here, given the conditions we have, could produce a tornado tonight. So we put that into motion, and by 11 o'clock, there you are, knocking on the doorstep. It even tries to create a little bowing segment, because as these thunderstorm lines get organized, it might bow a little bit, which would create more wind. So like you said, anything's possible.
Yeah. Once we get to close to midnight, we start to see the threat die down a little bit. You know, there still could be and it doesn't look as impressive there on Futurecast at that point. Certainly can't rule out straight line winds maybe more than anything else as that moves into central and eastern Iowa overnight.
So that's going to move on out. We'll see some showers tomorrow morning, and you can see as it gets colder behind it. And here's your 3-day forecast tomorrow. This is completely different than today. It's about half of what we have as far as temperatures. I mean, crazy weather out there. So it's going to be a very active night out there. Taylor and I are going to be handling it. Brandon is also working with some social media things, and we will keep you safe. So you can always tune to Local 5. Of course, get our app on your phone. It's easy to get the We Are Iowa app.
Yep, and you can watch if we do cut into programming or if we do any live coverage, which we are likely to do at some point this evening. You can watch us on your phone on that app, also on weareiowa.com. We'll be on these links that you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, things like that to watch our coverage as well. So if you do have to head to your safe shelter, you can still watch.
You can still watch it, It's good to have that. Of course, the time frame again, Northwest Iowa, 6 to 8 p.m., and then 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. west of the metro, and then anytime after 10 for the metro in central Iowa. So it's going to be moving fast again. These thunderstorms probably moving 40, 45 miles per hour at least.
Yeah, and we've seen that with the last several storm systems, very quick moving storms. So please be safe and be aware of what's happening and heading your way.
All right, so thank you for joining us. We're going to continue to keep our live stream up of severe weather information. And of course, we will be cutting in throughout the night with during programming with any updates you need. So thank you for watching and have a safe night.
So it might be one of those situations where it's kind of just getting its act together, but nonetheless, in far southeast Pocahontas County, a reported tornado on the ground. Pioneer, Gilmore City, those are the towns in the immediate threat for this tornado. Get in your shelters immediately. This storm very quickly moving to the north and east at 50 miles per hour. Tornado warning in effect for eastern parts of Pocahontas County and western Humboldt County until 6:30. It does not include the town of Humboldt just yet, but we may see an extension to this warning down the line. So go ahead and definitely pay close attention if you live in Humboldt, and you definitely need to be in your shelter if you live in Pioneer or Gilmore City. It is heading that direction as we speak, Brad.
Yeah, for sure. And there are actually more than one spotters that's actually saw this, and we've got pictures as well. But there is definitely a tornado with this system. It's had a very strong rotational signature for about 30 minutes now. It finally got to the ground, and that's all it takes is that strong rotation aloft reaches the ground, it touches, and you get a little bit of a dust signature. And sometimes there's a, like Taylor was saying, there's a gap between the rotation you see like in the funnel cloud, which is actually a condensation cloud, and then the dust. There might be, you see nothing between them, but once you see the dust on the ground, you know we have a tornado touching the ground. And there's that rotation. Again, this does run a little bit behind, lags a little behind, so it's probably off to the northeast a little bit, heading toward the Gilmore City area, toward the Rutland area. This is all the rotational signatures that the radar is picking up in that particular storm. And so it's not uncommon to have little pockets of rotation there as well, but there's a dominant one and some others as well. As he puts the storm track on that, you can get an idea here. Gilmore City at 6:31, 6:51 for Livermore, the Irvington area around 7 o'clock, Wesley at 7:15, and then Britt at 7:21. Generally moving out of our viewing area. So we go to Humboldt County, and that is about it. Then further north of that, we do not go that far, but we want to let you people know that Gilmore City is still in the path of this storm for sure. Looking at more reports coming in, tornado on the ground.
Yeah, I'm seeing more pictures of this on social media, and we'll try to get one of those up here on screen for you all to see at home. But there is a tornado getting its act together right now.
Yep.
It's just west-southwest of Gilmore City. It is a strengthening tornado as we speak. Take this very seriously. Gilmore City, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is heading in your general direction. Lowest level of your home, away from windows, interior room if you possibly can. This is a serious situation. Tornado is on the ground as we speak. It is heading toward Gilmore City right now. Western parts of Humboldt County in general and eastern parts of Pocahontas County. You need to be in your safe place right now. Again, we'll get those images up there. But you see the magenta color there on the warning on your screen. That means that the tornado has been confirmed, and that's a new warning that's been issued. And it looks like
Taylor, I think we do have a picture. Simon was telling me, our producer Simon.
Yeah, let's get that on the screen right now, please.
If you got that tag board, there it is.
You go.
Tornado on the ground southeast of Pocahontas, and that is National Weather Service, Des Moines, Iowa. They sent that, but you can see that is on the ground, and that is a very strong rotation in that cell and on the ground, and it looks like an open area. Hopefully it stays in an open area, but there's a lot of farmland in there for farmhouses, and it's heading right toward Gilmore City. So you folks in Gilmore City, can't stress it enough. You need to seek shelter right now, and that includes areas toward Rutland as well, and maybe just south of Bradgate. And Bradgate, you are in that tornado warning, and you want to seek shelter immediately as well. So again, Gilmore City, Bradgate, Rutland, all in the path of the storm, and it is heading off to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour at last check. Let me double check on that.
Yeah, so the new warning has been issued until 7:15
35
p.m.
miles per hour now.
That's slowed down a little bit, but moving into western and then northern Humboldt County is going to be its next stop. It's definitely kind of sloppy on radar and tough to tell by just looking at the reflectivity. So we're going to pop up velocity, and there are actually, Brad, I think 2 areas of rotation on this.
It looked like, and one's large. The tornado we saw was large out there, and you can see the 2 pockets of rotation. This one is the larger one here, just to the north or to the west of Pioneer. That is a very, very strong and large area of rotation, a secondary area coming toward Gilmore City. So it's quite possible we have 2 tornadoes on the ground at the same time, but at least one of these is on the ground, and they're kind of going right toward Gilmore City. This one could be getting close to Bradgate. This one will be going more toward the Rutland area and just on the north side of Pioneer. So again, very dangerous situation with these 2 areas of rotation. Large tornado on the ground here and moving on to the northeast, and that is going to be affecting you folks as we go into basically Humboldt County. It's really, one of them is in Humboldt County. The other one is not quite there yet, Taylor.
All right, so we're going to pop up another picture of that tornado from Colby Martin. This was a picture of the tornado, and he also says it's just southwest of Gilmore City, Iowa. I assume that's what he meant by that on that tweet. Again, that's heading north and east toward Gilmore City. We cannot stress enough, if you are in Gilmore City, you need to be in your shelter immediately. There's proof positive right there that we have a tornado, and it looks like a pretty big one as well, heading in that direction. Let's go and pop back radar just to show exactly where the potential tornado or maybe tornadoes are. Only one report of a tornado for the time being, but there are 2 areas of rotation very close to Gilmore City, very close to Pioneer. This is at the intersection of Pocahontas County and Humboldt County. So the area of concern is going to be leaving Pocahontas County soon, moving toward Humboldt County. If you're again in Gilmore City, Rutland, Bradgate, those are the towns of immediate concern as this tornado races into western Humboldt County, Brad.
And there is, I was looking at the hail signatures between Gilmore and Bradgate right here. There is some large hail possibly coming down here. So you can see that signature right there. Taylor just popping that up. So definitely they kind of go hand in hand. When you have tornadoes, you have large hail a lot of times. And that's what's happening with these systems. They're supercells. They're rotating thunderstorms, and they are good at producing hail and tornadoes. And this is the cell that we've been watching for quite a while now. And it actually is kind of where we expected it to be too. It's not too far from Fort Dodge. It's in an area that has a lot of rotational energy in the atmosphere, and that warm, moist air coming in, feeding these thunderstorms. The further north it goes, well, that warm air is kind of riding with it. So it's kind of like going with the warm air. So it's kind of like a surfer on a wave, and it's going to ride this wave of warm air and spinning air right up into probably Minnesota. So I do think it'll probably continue for a while here. If you folks live in Algona County, southern Algona County, I would expect it to reach that area. As far as the rest of it, we're still watching these other cells here. We've got kind of a capping inversion, but what's going to happen is the cap, which is kind of a lid on top of things, is probably going to be going away, and we're going to start to see thunderstorms developing back here in western Iowa as a cold front moves in. And these new cells in Carroll County we'll have to watch. They've developed pretty rapidly here, Taylor, and that's always concerning. The faster they develop, that tells you how strong the updraft is.
Yeah, those are going to likely strengthen pretty quickly, and generally those are moving in the direction of Fort Dodge. So as those strengthen, we're definitely going to keep a close eye on that for you folks in Fort Dodge, Gowrie, over to eventually Jefferson, and of course Carroll, where those showers and storms are developing. That's going to be our next area of concern once these initial storms that we have start to let up a little bit. But obviously a primary area of concern continues to be in eastern Pocahontas County and Humboldt County. This is a mean-looking storm moving northeast at 35 miles per hour, and it really looks like the area of rotation is right over Gilmore City as we speak. We're hoping and praying that.
There's another picture, Taylor, if they can pop it up.
Okay, yeah, let's pop that picture up.
It says a stovepipe.
Yep. So that's from Jeff Piotrowski.
I can't read that if he mistyped that. Northeast of Palmer, maybe it was supposed to be.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know. It says Ida.
Okay. Well, yeah, we're not sure, but we know the tornado is right around Gilmore City, and no matter where exactly he was trying to say.
Ida County doesn't really have anything right now, so.
Yeah, and it is still on the ground. I'm still seeing pictures on social media of this tornado, and it's a large tornado. You know, we're glad it is in generally rural areas. We're hoping it misses Gilmore City and stays away from any homes, but there are always those rural homes that could be impacted. So we're hoping that it affects all those homes and hoping for the best. But we do know there is that tornado on the ground as we speak. It is very close to Gilmore City right now, moving to the north and east at 35 miles per hour. I highlighted the area of rotation right there, and it's heading pretty close to Rutland.
It is definitely heading to Rutland. And Rutland, and also if it turns to the right, which it could turn to a right turn, it would go into Dakota City, which is a larger community. So you folks in Dakota City, you're right on the edge there. So be aware of that. And I would just go to your safe place in Dakota City, especially on the north side if it does turn a little bit, because Dakota City, I think, technically they should be maybe in the tornado warning, but they're not. But it's very, very close to Dakota City. So I would just want you guys to be safe in the Dakota City area. Yeah. Again, Rutland, it is headed in your direction as well. Looks like it'll stay south of Bradgate at this time. Rolfe, also south of you. at this time. So again, we've seen the pictures. It is a big, dangerous tornado again rolling through this area. The rotational signature is still very strong with that cell and moving off to this area. And there's Humboldt right here. It is going to stay off to your north, it looks like, in the Humboldt area, Humboldt, Dakota City area, I should say, yeah.
So Brad, what I think I'm seeing here is it's starting to what we call occlude a little bit. It's starting to like wrap into that, become rain wrapped a little bit, but that doesn't mean it's done producing the tornado necessarily. It might be taking a breath and then it might go along to produce more tornadoes as we speak, but it doesn't look quite as nice on radar as it did, at least with what we're seeing here on the classic radar, as it did 5 to 10 minutes ago. But the velocity is still very much showing strong rotation. You see those kind of brighter pinks, the orange. That's some very strong wind moving away from the radar, and then a little bit of green in there is where we're seeing the wind moving toward the radar. Whenever you see those together, that's when we have trouble, and that's what we're seeing right now, just to the west of Humboldt right now.
It really is wrapping up on itself, Taylor. You can kind of see the wrapping of that. But I noticed if you zoom back out, Taylor, down by Palmer, it's already, this is the flanking line. So what happens is thunderstorms kind of develop back down to the south. That's where the moisture, the heat, and humidity is. And it may be trying, it look almost like a little hook signature there already trying to develop, but that would take some time. It wouldn't be right away. But this is our strong circulation right now. Again, Humboldt area, Dodge, that area around Dakota City and Humboldt, you are very, very close to this as well. So that is a very dangerous storm moving in your direction. It's going to be crossing 169. So that's where we're at right now. This is Highway 3, it looks like right now, where it's crossing over. And again, it could become rain wrapped, which is going to be harder for the spotters to see it. And then we just have the radar to see that as well. So, yeah. So what, is that a new scan coming in?
That new scan, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still a very strong area of rotation. Rutland, you are now the area that we need to get into shelter right now. Rutland, this is heading right toward you, maybe moving toward town as we speak. We don't really know if it's still on the ground or not. I continue to see pictures of the tornado coming in on social media, and we actually have another picture to show you here from Joey Marino of that tornado that we've been talking about here the last 10 to 15 minutes. See it off in the distance there, kicking up a lot of dirt for sure. Hopefully nothing else, but time will tell if that's the case. We can go back to the radar here, and I'm pulling up our debris tracker, Brad, and I'm not seeing anything here at the moment. I'm going to go back in time a little bit to see if it did kick anything up, and not really seeing anything, thankfully.
Hard to see, yeah. The fact is so far from the radar is going to make it even harder.
That's a good point. Yep.
Very hard to see that, but maybe there was a little something there as well. But yeah, that rotation very, very strong with the, and when the radar is down to the south, of course, it's a little different. You got outbound kind of out over on this side, but we can show that again, that velocity, which was very, very strong. It was, you can see all these colors here is essentially the outbound colors going away from the radar. And
Brad, I think it actually turned green because it was so strong that it ran out of color table to use.
The anti-alias isn't on there?
Exactly. Yeah, I believe that's what's happening there. Okay. So extremely strong winds associated with this. Yeah. I mean, I can click on a point here and gate-to-gate shear, which is a measure of the rotation over 100 miles per hour. That's serious stuff that we see with some strong tornadoes. And this is a far way away from the radar as well. So again, this is a very serious situation. There very well could be a tornado still on the ground at this time. And Brad, I'm checking chat like you, I'm sure you are right now. There is unfortunately reports of damage near Gilmore City at this moment. So hopefully it's not too bad, but that is our first report of damage, again, in Gilmore City. And we can't say that we're shocked because it is a very strong signature that passed very close to there.
Yep. And it's going toward Dakota City and the Humboldt area as well.
So Rutland, Dakota City, those are the two towns that need to be in shelter right now. I would say even in Humboldt, you definitely just want to find your shelter right now. It's getting awfully close to town there too.
It is definitely that. And they are saying that it is more rain wrapped now, which makes it very hard for the spotters to see that. I'm looking at some of the data here, but very, very strong rotation with this radar.
Yeah.
So the cell is still moving off, I think, to the northeast at 35 miles per hour again, going through, again, Pocahontas County and heading into Humboldt County right now. And it's mostly in Humboldt County. I think they might drop it for Pocahontas. I don't know when they're going to drop that, but...
yeah, the area of concern's out of Pocahontas County at this point, I would say. This tornado warning is in effect until 7:15 p.m. As Brad mentioned, we're keeping an eye on kind of that backside there near Palmer. It does look like it might be trying to develop something again there, but the likely ongoing tornado is probably pretty close to between Gilmore City and Humboldt, right along Highway 3 there in western Humboldt County. Again, Rutland, Dakota City, those are the two towns in particular that need to be in shelter as we speak. If you just missed it a minute ago, we do have reports of at least some damage near Gilmore City. We do not know what the extent is at this time. We're going to get that in real time as we continue with this coverage, but these are dangerous storms. We've talked about it for what seems like a week now and have harped about it all day long today, that tornadoes are a real danger today. And this probably won't be the last tornado we see in Iowa. The environment very favorable for more tornadoes.
Now looking back to the south, those cells haven't gotten much stronger yet. They're still not quite in that environment, but I'm afraid as they move north, they might get stronger pretty quickly. But so far, really the only one we're worried about is this one up into Humboldt County. So you folks, again, Dakota City, and take shelter immediately. Humboldt, Dakota City area, Rutland as well as it moves off to the northeast. And yeah, we've had several pictures coming in, but now we're going to struggle to get any pictures because of it being rain wrapped out there. And you can see he's highlighting that area. Livermore coming into your area at 6:51, Wesley by 7:11, and Britt by 7:18. Again, a very dangerous storm with a tornado on the ground, and it may have been on the ground for quite a while now. We are not sure about that. It'll remain to be seen, but we've had some reports of damage already with this system, and it looks like
we do have an updated report. Tornado, this was at 6:29, so about 8 minutes ago. Tornado 1 mile north of Highway 3, 3 miles east of Humboldt County line. And was still on the ground. That's according to the Pocahontas PD. So police department keeping an eye on that. And again, this is an ongoing dangerous situation between Gilmore City and Humboldt at this time. The town of Rutland, again, be in your shelter right now. This potential tornado heading in your direction and on generally the northeast side of Humboldt. It could clip that side of the town as well. Dakota City, we want to be in our shelters as well.
Okay, I was talking earlier about Palmer. There's a separate circulation now near Palmer. It appears to be intensifying, and it's kind of these cells. And I was talking about this kind of the rear part of this flanking line, and it is where the inflow of the storm, it's sucking in that warm, moist air and starting to create rotation there around the Palmer area. So we're watching that right there at the end of this thunderstorm. This one up here has become rain wrapped, and eventually it'll probably weaken, but it's still a very strong area of rotation there as well. And that's the one that did damage near Gilmore City. As I read that, Taylor, it said the damage was near Gilmore City and not in Gilmore City. I hope that's the case. We've got some good video. We could put that up right now.
Yeah.
And that's the Palmer one, apparently. Is that a live shot?
No, it's not a live shot.
That's a tweet?
That's a tweet from Dustin Wilcox this was probably about 20 to 30 minutes ago as this storm was getting its act together when we got the reports of the rotating wall cloud. And boy, that is a mean looking storm. And then shortly after it produced the tornado that has since moved through eastern Pocahontas.
Put that up with me, because you can basically see what we're looking at is this low, dark cloud. I don't know if I can be up with that video at the same time. There we go. So this low cloud, it's rain-free, right? You see the rain in the background there, but this is rain-free. That means it's all updraft right now. So it's a very strong updraft, and that's what we're watching for. Wall clouds are updraft areas, and so it starts rotating, and then we've seen it before. You get the wall cloud, you get the rotation, it tightens up, it stretches down to the surface, and we get a tornado touching down. So all of those things could be happening again in almost the same areas, Taylor. So it's kind of repeating itself, unfortunately.
All right, let's pop back up radar. I want to give you a big picture here of what is happening. Those of you in central and southern Iowa might be wondering, okay, what's the deal with us? Are we going to see severe weather later on today? The answer is quite possibly. Big picture here, we have the dangerous storms in northwest Iowa right now. We also have developing strong storms in eastern Nebraska near the cold front. It's actually near what we call the dry line. Very explosive storms ongoing there approaching Lincoln, and that will move to the east over time. That's going to pose a threat for all modes of severe weather as well. That likely doesn't get close to Ames and Des Moines until maybe late this evening, 11 p.m. or even midnight. So there's a good chance we're going to stay dry for the next several hours in Des Moines. That rain is going to arrive sooner if you're west or north of Des Moines. In areas like, say, Jefferson over to Guthrie Center, you certainly could see some strong storms sooner than that. But that main line that you see there in eastern Nebraska, that's what is going to affect most of us later on tonight, and that could pack a severe weather punch as well. Primary concern, though, is what's happening right now in northwest Iowa. Ongoing tornado warning, confirmed tornado moving into Humboldt County as we speak. There are a couple areas of rotation that we are watching closely. We've had a confirmed tornado that started just to the east of Palmer and then moved very close to Gilmore City, and now it is very close to the town of Humboldt. I'm going to pop up the velocity another time here. We have a couple areas of concern. You see those bright pink, bright orange colors. That's a sign of some strong wind, and we have strong rotation ongoing in a couple spots. I think it's just northeast of Humboldt, or northwest rather.
And the folks in Gilmore City, you've had already a tornado pass nearby, very close. Here comes another possible circulation that could create a tornado. So don't go out and think it's safe yet. Yeah, dangerous situation. So unfortunately, it's following almost the exact same track of that first area of rotation. No reports if that second developing rotation area is producing a tornado at this time, but it could be. And this storm in general has a history of doing that. It looks like we have another video from social media of the tornado, and this is from Brandon Kopik. He's saying tornado Humboldt, Iowa. He could just be approximating the nearest town to that, so don't necessarily be too concerned, but it's very... It must have been before it was rain wrapped. Yeah, he tweeted this out 6 minutes ago, it looks like, so... this was likely in western Humboldt County, but classic cone tornado going on there, tearing through the countryside, lofting up a lot of dirt, and boy, it's a nasty looking tornado. We're just hoping and praying it didn't hit too many homes or any homes at all if we can help it, but it's a dangerous situation ongoing in Humboldt at this time. Yeah, so the situation is still very dangerous in northwest Iowa. Again, Taylor was telling you here in central Iowa it's going to be some time before we see storms developing. The line is developing back in Nebraska right now, and that'll be coming our way. But we have two pockets of circulation right now. This one right here, and again, the wind's wrapping around like this. Very strong winds coming into the storm and then wrapping around. This one's the same story. So the inflow a lot stronger there with those particular storms. But the gate-to-gate shear has been pretty strong, over 100 knots in some cases when we had the tornado on the ground. When you look at the radar, this one got a little bit rain wrapped, but this one is at the edge and is kind of forming that hook shape at the bottom of that storm or the end of the storm. And they're both moving off to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So you folks are the same areas that got hit earlier, were under the gun earlier, are still looking at that potential for severe weather from Palmer right up into the Livermore area and probably just to the north and west of the Humboldt area and Prairie City. So those areas looking very dangerous right now. Let me get a closer look at that, or Dakota City, excuse me. Looking at the rotational signature, still very strong, Taylor. It's just to the north west of Dakota City, very strong. I'm seeing on social media some pictures of some damage to what looks like a farmstead west of Gilmore City. Okay. We also have a picture of this massive storm to show you from Sam Ritter. This was taken at 6:25, 3 miles west of Humboldt. Wow. You're looking at massive, it looks like a spaceship because these storms are just massive areas of rotation, and that creates these striations in the clouds. And when that rotation tightens up and reaches to the ground, that's when you get your tornado that we have seen from this very storm. So very impressive. Thunderstorm supercells, what we call these thunderstorms, and it is really packing a punch in Humboldt County right now in extreme eastern Pocahontas County at the moment. That is really the only warning we have at this time for our viewing area. Extreme northwest parts of Pocahontas County under a severe thunderstorm warning, but that's really mainly for Emmetsburg here and Mallard. So north of Lorenz is where there's potential for some hail there.
We have developing cells here in Calhoun County down to Carroll and Greene counties as well. We'll keep an eye on these.
Yeah, and I think, Taylor, they're starting to get rooted in that deeper moisture layer.
Yeah.
And I was looking at the tops are already up to 40,000 feet. So there are substantial storms developing there. And I feel like within the next 60 minutes or so, we're going to have some problems with those cells as well. And that could affect Fort Dodge. So you folks in Fort Dodge, you are under a tornado watch right now. And the action's been all to your northwest, but right now these storms to your southwest could develop in the next 30 to 60 minutes. So keep that in mind in Fort Dodge and all that area off to the northwest of our metro here. Cells continue to develop out in Nebraska. We're forming a line there just to the west of Omaha, and that'll be coming into central Iowa later.
Brad, severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for Polk County, Story County, southwest Iowa, and southeast Nebraska for that line you were just talking about. Severe thunderstorm watch, not a tornado watch for those locations. That will pop up on our screen here momentarily. But the tornado watch continuing for those counties in yellow you see there on the screen. Yeah,
we've thought all day that northwest Iowa had the best chance for tornadoes. That's why we have a tornado watch here. High risk area for tornadoes, so we are not done there. The next watch is a severe thunderstorm watch. You can still have tornadoes, but it's going to be more likely to have high winds and maybe some hail. And I think the high wind threat, if you're wondering about the metro, that's probably our highest threat of severe weather, would be that wind that could hit us later tonight. So here again is the radar. We got these thunderstorms out to the west developing a line that will form and organize and probably be pretty strong through 10 or 11 o'clock. And there's that watch, and that does include the Polk County area and also Ames. So
we're waiting for the data to come in for the rest of southwest Iowa.
So it'll fill in basically. So there it goes. So basically you have a tornado watch to the north, severe thunderstorm watch to the south, and we are going to see some severe weather likely here. The western half of the state by far is going to see most of it, and then it'll weaken as it comes our way. This watch goes until when?
1 a.m.
1 a.m. Okay, so I think by 1 a.m. we'll probably be okay, but that's what we have to deal with here. So it may be 11 o'clock, midnight, somewhere around there when these thunderstorms do get to the Des Moines area. If we could get rid of these cells to the north, we would be very happy right now, but unfortunately, those are the ones producing tornadoes with the perfect ingredients for tornado formation in northwestern Iowa with those cells. So it is going to be a long night, I'm afraid, and it would be nice just to get these out of our hair, but unfortunately they're gonna be redeveloping, I'm afraid, across south of Fort Dodge.
All right, let's go back to the tornado warned storm here.
Yes.
Still looking at two potential areas of rotation, one in eastern Pocahontas County near Gilmore City again, unfortunately. I'd imagine there are people that might be assessing the damage from the first tornado and then might be caught in the line of fire here. If you know anyone that's out there, please tell them to find any sort of shelter they possibly can. Second area of rotation just north of Dakota City at the moment here. Or just
very strong too.
Yeah.
It's
so
very strong.
I'll pull up the velocity one more time. And goodness, and geez, Brad, is there 3 areas of rotation going on there?
You know, it's hard to discern them, but obviously that strongest one is right in here with the winds coming away from the radar and then coming back, and very strong area there right to the north of Humboldt. It is a very powerful storm. So again, it has produced a tornado, and those are the ones you really worry about. Another rotation here, and so 2 areas for sure. And that we were talking, this is the one that they were talking about earlier, passing just south of Gilmore City, really on the same line as this one was. So they're really just following each other on that same line. And it's not totally unusual for that to happen, but it's happening right now for sure. And you can see that another tornado warning issued back to the west here.
New warning. Okay, so this warning also in effect until 7:15 p.m. Law enforcement, let's see here.
Let's see what we got for velocity there. There's some rotation there. It looks like it's west of Pocahontas, that rotation, just north or northeast of Arena and north of Fonda.
Yeah, the warning report says 9 miles west of Pocahontas, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, also near Albert City.
Okay. Radar indicated, I assume. It doesn't look like...
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's confirmed.
Confirmed. It does look like there's rotation there. And again, it's just a favorable area. So we got 3 areas now of rotation. The one now is west of Pocahontas, and that'll be crossing the county line, it looks like. or no, not county line. That's a
Highway 3.
Highway 3 line.
Yep.
So that'll be crossing Highway 3 line here very shortly, just west of Pocahontas, heading toward the Ware area, and off to the northeast toward Rolfe as well.
So I'll try to put a track on here. Very fast moving, this tornado warning, 60 miles per hour.
It's picking up on those stronger winds out ahead of the low.
Yeah.
And so heading toward the Mallard area, West Bend and Algona, and you can see the Mallard area by 7:10. So pretty good clip here. Again, not confirmed yet, but it's just starting to get going, and it's in a favorable environment, and it's not battling any other storm. It's kind of by itself out here. So, and then we've got the very strong rotation here, 2 areas actually, and then this one over here just north of Humboldt. Again, I don't know if the spotters have given up on that one or not. It still appears to have quite a bit of rain with it as I look at the radar here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to see, I think.
It'd be hard to see, but the one on the south side by Gilmore City, that one would be easier to see for sure. No other warnings in place. It's all northwest Iowa. We do have some thunderstorms coming into Webster County, into Fort Dodge area, also Calhoun County, but nothing severe being reported there, and not even hail yet, which is a good sign, Taylor, because they kind of go hand in hand. They're not mature enough, I guess, and not strong enough.
Yeah. We have a tweet from Andrew Pritchard of tennis ball size hail falling in Gilmore City. This was at 6:45, about 7 minutes ago. That is the big time threat with this as well, is not only the tornadoes, but some massive hail. We also do have a report of structural damage along Highway 3, 8 miles east of Gilmore City. That would be between Gilmore City and Humboldt in western Humboldt County. We are continuing to track that area of rotation. 2 tornado warnings in effect right now. One for Pocahontas County, mainly northern Pocahontas County. A second one mainly from northern Humboldt County. Both in effect until 7:15. So we have another 20 to 25 minutes that both those warnings are in effect for some of our northern counties. We have confirmed tornadoes on the Humboldt County storm. Nothing confirmed with the Pocahontas County storm just yet. But ongoing dangerous situation there. Generally speaking, if you live north of Highway 3 in either Humboldt or Pocahontas County, you need to be in your shelter right now.
And thankfully, it is avoiding the towns here. It's probably going to the largest, most powerful rotation with that system is going to be passing between Livermore and Hardy, it looks like. So you can see Livermore right here, and I can move on this side.
Sorry.
Livermore right here. So passing just south of the Livermore area, and that is a good news because if it stays in open areas, the fields, that's the best place for it. There's Bradgate and there's Gilmore City. So the rotation continues with these 2 cells here. One rotation right here, again, passing just south of the Livermore area, and it's pretty open in this area. Gate to gate shear 43, velocity 141 miles per hour.
The Weather Service is saying there's extreme rotation being picked up on radar, 90 knots inbound, 100 knots outbound, possibly a large and violent tornado ongoing in this very location north of Dakota City. Livermore, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is moving into northern Humboldt County as we speak, likely to move toward southern parts of Kossuth County, especially southeast Kossuth County as well. This is the same area of rotation that produced the tornadoes that we've been showing pictures of 20 to 30 minutes now. Very well could continue to be producing a large tornado as we speak. Very concerning to see that.
Yeah, Hardy and Renwick as well. If you're in the Hardy area, Renwick area, Laverne area, it is heading in your direction. And if it's a large tornado, you do not want to mess with it. So get down into your safe place, your basement, and ride this storm out. The other rotation that we've looked at, I'm kind of looking at it again. I don't think it's gotten stronger yet, but let's take a look. Doesn't appear on what I'm looking at, Taylor, that it's stronger, but something to keep an eye on because it is in a favorable environment. As we have a tornado watch in this area. Again, the Des Moines area and under a severe thunderstorm watch. Our activities probably for the metro, if you're wondering, it's probably going to be after 10 o'clock, I would guess, here in Des Moines and the metro. But right now our concern is up in Humboldt County, and this storm moving with 2 rotation areas and possibly 2 tornadoes, but certainly one has been confirmed and likely still on the ground because of that strong rotation. I'm looking at that rotation again north of Dakota City. It'll be going fairly close, just north of the Hardy area and south of Livermore. So again, very strong area here moving south of Livermore, and that is where the rotation is the strongest. You can see all the different times of the tornado warnings in place out there. It is all in northwest Iowa, and this is where the threat for tornadoes is the highest tonight. And just passing north of Humboldt here, it'll probably miss the Renwick area, kind of going right between Livermore and Renwick, but very, very, very strong. Looks like they've issued that warning. They've issued that warning. They've put it further south, Taylor. So maybe it is turning a little bit more to the right. And we've got that separate cell. This is probably reissued because of this back cell. I think that back cell is probably why they had to reissue this particular storm, because we have two circulations in there right now. So,
well, according to the warning text here, they're saying for this new warning that a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 7 miles northeast of Dakota City.
Yep, so that's the Rutland one.
Yeah, so it is. And then moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
Oh my. So we do have two situations here, and Rutland's not popping on that map, but that's about where that rotation is. It's right in this area here. There it is, Rutland right here. So this is where the rotation is the strongest, likely tornado. That's what they're talking about, that tornado on the ground there. If we put the velocity up, that'll probably help as well in that area, or the velocity scope. But this is where the rotation of that new tornado is right there. You can see that powerful rotation in this area right here with the winds of different directions here. This is coming in from the south and then coming back from the north here in the Rutland area. Again, the shear vision lags a little bit behind because the computer's kind of processing it, especially when they're fast moving storms like this. So that was probably 5 minutes ago or so, heading through Rutland right now. And also up here to the north, you got Renwick as well. You're in the path of that other rotational component there. Livermore, it looks like between Livermore and the Renwick area.
Yep, and that area moving northeast as well. So I really think this is the area of greatest concern right now.
The back storm?
Actually, near Livermore right now. National Weather Service keeps really harping on how strong it's looking on radar. And
so you think we have two tornadoes on the ground right now?
It's possible. I actually think it's maybe more likely in this one right here. National Weather Service keeps saying that it looks extreme on the radar velocity here. I tend to agree, but it looks pretty strong near Rutland as well. So we possibly could have two tornadoes on the ground right now. And as we pull up the regular radar right now, it's possible that they're rain wrapped. So it's hard to know for sure with our spotters out there.
Yeah.
But that is possible, and that's occurring north of Highway 3, just north of Humboldt at this moment in Humboldt County.
Yeah, the Pocahontas warning, I'm not seeing anything right now. If you're wondering about that, you folks out there, there's still a warning, still take shelter. But the good news is I'm not seeing any strong rotation with that right now.
Yeah, so that's good news for those folks. Let's take a closer look at this new warning. Now including Wright County, including Clarion.
Yeah.
You're on the southern side of this warning, so go ahead and get in your safe place. I'm sure you're hearing the sirens go off in town in Clarion, Goldfield, Belmont. We will see what direction this storm tracks. It's kind of been shifting a little right over time here, so it's possible that could continue, and we'll definitely keep a close eye on that. It's probably more likely to affect the northern part of Wright County, though.
Yeah, I think so, too. I'm looking at the loop now, and I guess you could put the loop on there, but it doesn't appear that it's turning much to the right. But so I would be really concerned, probably still in the Renwick area and also toward Kanawha. But that would be outside of our viewing area. It's right. These are all kind of on the edge of our viewing area as it is. So we're just trying to keep everybody safe that does watch Local 5 here. But you can see it's heading in this direction here toward the Renwick area. Probably will stay to the north of Goldfield, but that's about it. Highway 3, north of Highway 3 is where I think we're going to see that. It doesn't appear to really be turning right as much as it's still moving off to the northeast, and has the speed remained about 35 miles per hour, I think. It looks like it was. Looks like it says 45 now, so it's anywhere between 35 and 45. But yeah, we've got those cells to the south. I continue to watch those. They have not gotten stronger in Calhoun and Webster County. That is good news. So that is what we want to hear. But this one cell is causing all the problems for the most part, with one, possibly two tornadoes with that. Let me stop my loop here.
Sometimes you get one storm that kind of takes charge in these
It really
situations.
does. We see that a lot, yeah.
And this is definitely the one.
It's also produced a lot of hail, and I'm looking at the hail signatures here, Taylor, and they're still off the charts. So a lot of hail, a lot of not necessarily wind, but tornadoes, and there's certainly wind with this. It's up in the cloud. And you can see that large hail going through the northern part of Humboldt County here and crossing Highway 17. So some very, very large hail up in this area. And it is going to be a damaging storm in many ways out there. We have seen some reports coming in of damage. So far, I think it's just been the outbuildings, I hope. You can see, again, the magenta color. That means the tornado is on the ground. So if you ever see that with our crawls or see that with anything on social media, we send out those alerts, by the way. You can always get those at weareiowa.com with the app. You'll see that color. That means a tornado has been confirmed, and that is a very serious situation, very serious. And this has been a large tornado at times. And we've got 2 pockets of rotation in that area in the northern part or central part of Humboldt County, moving off to the northeast. So very dangerous situation. This back cell, I've been watching it pretty closely. Haven't seen, it looked better as far as rotation earlier. Doesn't look as impressive now. And I know we've got some video. I don't know if the producer wants to do that now. Okay, Franny WX, and we'll put that up right now. So you can see this video is the tornado on the ground east of Gilmore City, and they're quite a distance from it. That's a safe distance to be from it. And was this recently, though? What's the timestamp on that? I wonder if this...
I'd imagine that was the initial tornado near Palmer.
Okay, that's not the secondary. I don't think we've gotten any pictures of if that secondary one.
I don't believe we have either.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Yeah.
So we're looking at 2 areas of rotation still, and the strongest still remains that one between Livermore and Hardy. And that is a very, very powerful rotational signature there, and heading generally toward Renwick, or between Laverne and Renwick, I should say. So this is the very powerful rotation right here and heading right in this direction right here. So it's a mostly open area getting close to Highway 17 here. You can see that where he's putting the velocity scope on that area. That's where our, and the colors are really off the charts here. So our color table is almost, it's going whack here because we've got such strong signatures out there.
It's doing some wacky stuff.
Yeah.
This is a very, very powerful area of rotation, bottom line.
Right in that area there. So this area right here is the strong rotation, and this has been really one of the strongest storms. So that's a little bit better. Well, it flips over to the other side, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So anyway, this is it right
Storm
here.
relative velocity going on here.
Yeah. So yeah, that's your rotation right there in that area here, and it is moving off to the northeast between Laverne and Renwick, and we'll be crossing, it's between 169 and 17 right now, and we'll be crossing the border here, moving off to the north. And tell you what, that's going to be moving up into Kossuth County and up out of our viewing area. Again, all these storms are kind of on the edge of the viewing area, but we want to keep everybody safe, and we don't pick favorites here. So
yeah.
That line off to the west is still getting stronger, and there's numerous warnings out there to the west. Of course, that'll be our next problem when these storms do move out of our viewing area here. We're going to watch it for a little while longer. And of course, if you folks are watching us, and there's other coverage will take over, I'm sure, in the Rochester area and some of the other stations up there.
Yeah, but it's going to be a long night, no doubt about that. So as you can see, that line developing in eastern Nebraska, that is going to move into western Iowa in the next 2 to 3 hours, probably gets to Des Moines close to 11 p.m. or midnight. By that time, we're hoping we kind of lose the energy a little bit and it starts to weaken as it approaches I-35. But there is a severe threat eventually that could affect a lot of us. Probably primarily a straight line wind threat as that rolls through later on late this evening.
Yeah, so folks, if you're west of the metro, that's where the threat is going to be the greatest here. So we are under a severe thunderstorm watch, all of this western Iowa area, and these will be coming in with quite a punch, let's say. At least before 10 o'clock, they're going to have quite a bit of energy to work with. After 10, they'll hopefully weaken, and that's when they arrive at the metro, but there's that watch in effect for those areas. So if you live out to the west here in Audubon County, Cass County, Adams County, and further to the north, of course, that is a tornado watch. But anybody could actually have a tornado. Just because it's a severe thunderstorm watch doesn't mean you can't have a tornado, because embedded within this line will be these little vortices, and they can maybe not produce a large tornado like what we're seeing, but it can also produce smaller tornadoes and can do damage and can be a risk of life as well. So a very dangerous situation either way. Here's the cell that's been the big daddy with the big thunderstorm and the strong winds and large hail, and at least one tornado being reported and maybe more. And it's right on the edge here, northern part of Humboldt County, and it'll be heading off to the north. And other than that, Taylor, we are in pretty good shape here as far as our viewing area.
Yep, so we'll just continue to focus on our friends in northern Iowa until the threat improves, but certainly doesn't look like it's going to improve anytime soon, especially for northern Humboldt and far northwest Wright County. It is moving away from our viewing area, so once that occurs, we'll hopefully be able to get at least a breath in from what's happening, but extremely strong area of rotation ongoing in northeast parts of Humboldt County. Bottom line is this is the same area of rotation that produced the tornado that we've seen so many photos and video of back in eastern Pocahontas County. It's just raced across Humboldt County here. Quite possibly has been on the ground this entire time.
Possibly, yeah, because we don't know. With the rain wrap, you don't know.
Yeah, we don't know for sure, but it's shown strong signs of rotation this entire time.
But yeah, so I'm looking at the inbound winds about 100 knots, and the highest outbound winds I'm looking at close to 60 knots. So that's pretty strong.
That's significant, yeah.
And not necessarily gate to gate, not necessarily touching each other, but that's still a very strong signature in this area right here, passing just southeast of Livermore, and he's putting that data on there, gate to gate shear 105 miles per hour. So this is the area of rotation in this storm, and it's moving off to the northeast, and it'll be crossing Highway 17 north, likely north of Renwick, but everybody in this area should be seeking shelter right now. The Renwick area, the Corwith area, Livermore, passing through the Humboldt area. There's just north of Humboldt, that's that secondary circulation. I don't know if it ever really got going. This has been the main circulation the whole time, and it continues to move off to the northeast, and it will be crossing the county line here pretty soon in Humboldt County. Any more reports? Let's see if coming in from the National Weather Service. They expired the one in Pocahontas, which doesn't surprise me, Taylor, because it didn't look like it ever got going.
Yeah, it sure didn't. So
that's good news. For Pocahontas, you are not under a tornado warning at this moment. They have expired that, canceled it. So still looking at that one pocket of rotation, again in northeastern Humboldt County. It's going to be passing generally between Laverne and the Renwick area, and it looks dangerous. It looks like the strongest we've seen all night, and it has produced a tornado. It has produced, was it tennis ball size hail?
Tennis ball size hail reported in actual video footage in Gilmore City, same area that may have been affected by a tornado.
Yeah, so this is a serious situation for you folks here in the northeastern part of Humboldt County. Again, moving off to the northeast, it'll be moving up and away from central Iowa here, but we're going to keep you going here for a little while longer. And it's hard to see sometimes with these crazy colors, but this is our area where the rotation is the strongest, and that is just getting closer and closer to that northeastern portion of Humboldt County. Which looks to be a pretty rural area. I'm sure there's a lot of farms in that area. So if you're watching, listening, make sure you stay safe until the warning is over. The tornado warning is going to go
7:45.
Till 7:45 unless they have to extend it. The motion was at 50 miles per hour at last report. So hopefully it continues to move on its merry way here.
Yeah, so it continues to be northern Humboldt and eventually maybe far northwest Wright County, and I understand you folks in Clarion were under the warning. It looks like they've cut that back a little bit. So Clarion, you are no longer under the tornado warning. I think that's probably a good call, as this is very likely going to skirt to your north. Belmont, you are still in the warning. Goldfield, you have been removed from this tornado warning. It's primarily northern Wright and northern Humboldt County that we're concerned about at this time.
I've got, I'm counting 4 reports now of tornadoes that probably have been confirmed, so not really confirmed officially, but 4 reports of tornadoes, and they were spotted by spotters out there. So that is what we're dealing with here. We've had 4 touchdowns at least, and like Taylor said, it may have been on the ground for quite a while. We won't know until we have a survey done because it was rain wrapped and the spotters couldn't see it anymore. A lot of times they'll tell us if the tornado lifts when it comes down, but if the spotters can't see it, we really don't know. Even the radar cannot tell us if it's on the ground or not. Only really the people out there can tell you that. What the radar can tell us is where the signatures are showing strong rotation, and we've been seeing that. Let's go ahead and put up the rotation, the shear product, and see if that helps us out here. And this is a lot easier for everybody to look at, isn't it? I just wish it were more up to date, but this is pretty close. That area right there is where we have the 2 pockets of rotation. This is the one we've been talking about, how strong it is, and it's passing between Laverne and the Renwick area, moving off to the north of Hardy. And so that's a pretty open area, and that is the most powerful. This is the one that produced the large tornado, and that is the same cell moving off to the northeast. Taylor?
Brad, we got to show you this video from Chris Graham. That this was taken at 6:20, and look at that tornado. This is the one that was very close to Gilmore City. We've had reports of at least some damage on the outskirts of Gilmore City, but we're not sure how the actual town is doing at this time. We are trying to get in contact with emergency managers, but
that's a classic tornado. You can see that farmstead right in the front of it.
Yeah.
I mean, that is scary stuff. But
it's kicking up a lot of dirt, that's for sure.
A lot of that black Iowa dirt. Yeah, there's proof. There you go, folks. That is a powerful tornado, and you don't want to come anywhere near that. You want to be in your safe place, and that still remains the effect, or the place here. Hardy, Renwick, all in your safe place right now, and Laverne as well. If you're watching right now, make sure you are in your basement right now. You can watch us on online. You can watch us on our app. You can continue the coverage as long as you've got cell service or Wi-Fi is working. You can get us there. So we are in this cell, again, I keep talking about how it's a powerful storm in many ways, but still probably producing 2-inch diameter hail, and that's moving up into Algona right now, or Kossuth County, I should say.
Yeah, so really the intersection of Livermore, Corwith, and Renwick, you see on the map here in the thick of it with both the hail and the tornado threat. Tornado, if it is still on the ground, likely is located near Laverne as we speak. We just got an updated radar scan there, so starting to move out of our area, but definitely a close call for the Livermore, Renwick areas. Laverne's definitely an area that needs to be in their shelter immediately. Same goes for Corwith. This will likely scoot south and east of Algona. I know some folks in Algona do get our coverage, so I want to make sure that you all know that you're likely going to be avoiding this tornado threat, but there is definitely some heavy rain near Algona and potential for some hail possibly moving your direction. Heaviest hail and biggest hail potential is in southeast Kossuth County at this time.
And thankfully, those cells that are moving into Fort Dodge, there is nothing severe about them right now. And I don't know if we want to widen out, but these cells, they probably have lightning, thunder, maybe some small hail. I don't even think there's any hail with them right now, but definitely some lightning. He's putting the lightning tracker on that. So we do have some thunderstorms coming into Webster County, but they're not severe. So you don't have to worry about these cells yet. We will let you know if they do become severe or stronger, but they're minding their own business right now. I was worried earlier, Taylor, that they were going to strengthen, but so far they haven't. They could strengthen, though, as they move further to the north.
Yep, night is young, that's for sure. So we'll keep an eye on those. But so far they're behaving well enough, and that's all we can ask for at this point. So at this moment, we have the tornado warning. There's technically 2 in effect right now. One is about to expire. Well, actually 3 here on the map, but the one in Pocahontas County has been allowed to expire. The one in much of northern Humboldt County is going to expire here shortly. And we're also looking at this new warning here in northern Humboldt and northern Wright County. That one's in effect until 7:45. So that one will be affecting our far northern viewing area here for quite a bit longer, but it does look like it's moving out of our area into southeast Kossuth County here moving forward, Brad.
Okay. And that tornado warning back here has actually been canceled. It hasn't removed from our system, but that is gone. back to the west. But here we go. These thunderstorms just about ready to cross over into the northern part, the very far northern part of Iowa, and getting closer to Highway 18 here. And there it finally cleared off. That's good news. So we've got these this one tornado warning basically in effect, and it's still a very dangerous situation for this area in the far northern part of our viewing area. And it's essentially just got to cross that border there and move up into the northeast, and it'll continue to do that here. It's moving at about 50 miles per hour, I think at last report. It said northeast at 50. And it's a life-threatening situation for anybody in the path of this storm. So it's mostly in a rural area now, which is good news. It is right south of Laverne, and it should be north of Hardy and passing north of Renwick. That is pretty lucky that that is happening here. So again, there's that rotation.
I'll put a track on here.
Yeah. So it is probably, right in that area and moving off to the northeast. So heading toward the Corwith, Britt, and Garner areas in Forest City, which is a larger community up there as well. So again, it is not done. It is not done yet. It is still in a favorable environment for a little while longer here, and it's still packing rotation, and it's really hard to see for any of the spotters, I think, because there's still some rain wrapping around it or hiding it. There's also a cell off to the south of it as well, which would probably be muddying their view. Mm-hmm. So that is what's going on. I think, how long is that warning till?
This one right here is 7:45. Yep.
Okay. Well, we'll definitely take it across the county line before we return back to programming here. And then we'll catch our breath, as Taylor said, because we're not done with severe weather. We will see some more severe weather threats coming in from the west. We can roll that, do that wide angle again, Taylor. So we got this cell, which is moving out of our viewing area. Here's Des Moines down here, of course, and here's that line of thunderstorms, which is getting stronger right now, and it should probably strengthen until maybe 7 or 8 o'clock, and it may peak at 8 or 9, and then it may start to weaken, maybe. But we've got a lot of warm, humid air here, Taylor. We had temperatures reach the 90s in Omaha today, and it's hot and humid, or warm and humid.
We got to 82 in Des Moines today, and actually it's currently in the 80s in Des Moines right now.
So
it's 81 in Des Moines.
You
right
feel it in the air. So 81's the temperature, the dew point is 60. Feels like summer. What do you get with summer? You get thunderstorms. And interestingly, you could show Principal Park again. They've got a baseball game going on, and you can see that behind me. This is actually Principal Park, and they've got a beautiful night right now, but they need to get that game in before the storms come, and I think they will be okay. And they've probably been watching this very closely. We've been talking with them as well. I think that they will be okay, Taylor, because that game hopefully wraps up by 9:30.
Yeah, maybe 9:30 I would say is usually
Give them 3 hours,
yeah.
and hopefully by 9:30 they can see the lightning in the distance, and everybody goes home and everybody's safe. But that's the situation going on for the first game for the Iowa Cubs. Let's go back to the radar here, and again, we're going to follow the storm a little bit longer, and once this gets out of our viewing area, we can return you to programming, so I'll alert everybody that we're going to be doing that here very shortly. But still a very dangerous storm system. The rotation has really never waned on this one. Taylor, I'm looking at it on HR, on GR, it's stronger than ever.
Yeah, it's really unbelievable.
I mean, we're up pretty high in the atmosphere. The lowest scan now is 7,200 feet, but it's a very powerful circulation at 7,000 feet.
Yeah, they have dropped the pink color to our warning box, you may notice, so they don't necessarily have confirmation that it is continuing to produce a tornado, but the rotation is there on the radar, and that the warning is still in effect until 7:45 for that reason for northeast Humboldt County and northern Wright County. I also have a chaser buddy that's up there that says Highway 3 east of Dakota City and Humboldt is currently closed due to some debris on the roadways there. Okay. So not sure what type of debris necessarily, but he's tracking that along with a lot of other chasers that are in northern Iowa, because we had a good idea that something like this was going to happen, and unfortunately it's come to fruition at this point.
The one that is southwest of Fort Dodge has strengthened. It's not severe yet, Taylor, but I have noticed it has strengthened, and it is starting to rotate a wee bit. So there is there's the next cell we'll have to watch out for.
Yep.
But what I think we should do here is regroup. So we're going to Watch this storm. It's exiting our viewing area here, moving off to the north. You people stay safe in this area. And this one is starting to strengthen a little bit. It's not severe yet, but we'll have to keep a close eye on that one as well. So I'm going to go ahead and return us to our programming right now, and we will reset and get ready for the next wave potentially of severe weather. We want to thank you for watching Local 5, and now we return to normal programming. down there, and it looks like they've reissued that tornado warning further to the north. Is that correct, Taylor? It looks like they have extended it.
Yep, that's a new warning that's in effect until 8:15. It includes a very small sliver of Wright County,
a little bit there.
Also Hancock and Cerro Gordo counties.
Now the new warning is north of Belmont, which is a larger community. So Belmont, you are not in that new tornado warning. Does it replace the old one, or is this an additional warning?
It will likely, the old one expires in 5 minutes, so it will likely replace that.
Okay, so you folks in Belmont, you should be in the clear for now, so that's good news. There's the Renwick area where we've had some that video earlier, and also Gilmore City. So there's the rotation again around that area where we had a spotted tornado, apparently rain-wrapped, touched down briefly in this area. Again, moving out of the viewing area and moving off to the maybe east-northeast. Yeah, that's probably about right. So heading into these areas as we go through the night, maybe toward Mason City. So they'll probably keep a close eye on that as well. Now, you folks in Fort Dodge, the storm has passed off to your north right now, and it's in the Badger area, and it's still packing some hail, but that's all we're seeing with it right now. The storm's coming in from the west. Well, they are moving east at 35 miles per hour. So let me just put a mark here, place a mark there. And they are approximately 90 miles away, so about 2.5 to 3 hours away. So if it was 3 hours away, that'd be 1040 from the metro. So that is the ones that are out west. Here's our storm that's in northern Webster County right now, and you can see that pretty intense just west of Badger. There's some hail, I think, and also not far from Clark and Barnum. If we could, I know you're busy over there, Taylor.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, just zoom on out to that wide picture again. I was kind of putting a timer on those. I think these are moving about 35 miles per hour and they're about 90 miles away from central Iowa. So I am estimating in about 3 hours they'll be in central Iowa. Hopefully they weaken before that. Before they weaken, though, we're going to have some severe weather and possibly even isolated tornadoes with that line of thunderstorms coming in. So this will be the next thing we'll be watching here as this storm moves out of Fort Dodge. Let me take another close look at that, if we can keep an eye on that one or not. The velocity does not look too impressive. There's a very weak velocity, so I think we're okay with that storm.
Yeah, and we're got to be honest. We were very concerned about Fort Dodge earlier today for getting a supercell around this time, and we have a strong storm right over Fort Dodge, and really we're happy to see that it's not becoming tornadic so far. So great to see that. At least we can take a brief moment to exhale in Fort Dodge that you're avoiding that. So we have had possibly some hail with this storm, but thankfully no tornadoes or no immediate tornado threats. We're going to keep an eye on this storm as it moves back into Humboldt County, an area that's been slammed with that extreme storm to the north. This is another storm that's heading into Humboldt County, at least going to bring some more heavy rain your way.
Now, Buena Vista County is the first one to see right here coming to Storm Lake Buena Vista County. That's the first warning coming into kind of our viewing area here from those western storms. And of course, it's going to be everybody is probably going to have a warning, I think, because there's so many thunderstorms here capable of severe weather. So you may see just a lot of warnings issued here as we go into the evening. So you folks in Carroll County and Greene County and back to the west in Calhoun County again, we are going to see those storms moving in. You got Ida Grove as well, Ida County. So thunderstorms moving in from the west tonight, and they'll be impacting central Iowa. We're not expecting those supercells to develop. No individual cells, hopefully, because that is bad news. Those are up in northern Iowa. There's our severe thunderstorm watch for central Iowa, southwestern Iowa, northwest Iowa still under that tornado watch as we go into the evening hours. And we've had a lot of pictures coming in, and at least I think 4 or 5, probably 5 reported tornadoes touching down tonight.
Yeah, and it's going to take pretty in-depth tornado survey to determine if it was one tornado or if there were multiple tornadoes associated with this one giant storm. We noticed at one point 3 areas of rotation in this one storm, so it's possible that there was the main tornado and maybe what we call satellite tornadoes nearby kind of spinning around it. It was very intense over Humboldt County and Pocahontas County about an hour ago. It's still quite intense moving into Cerro Gordo County and Hancock County up in far northern Iowa. Mason City could be the area of concern as this moves that direction. It's going to cross I-35 here probably in the next 30 minutes. So certainly a dangerous time for that part of the state. Northern Wright County still under a tornado warning, but it's extreme northern Wright County just north of Belmont. So most of you in Wright County, including Clarion, you're okay as far as anything tornadic or severe is concerned. So that's certainly good news. Yeah. If you're just joining us, there have been some reports of at least some minor damage on the outskirts of Gilmore City earlier today, and we'll try to pop up some images of those tornadoes from earlier. If we can pull up this video from Clarence Smith. There you go. That's a video from earlier of the large rain-wrapped tornado. This was taken at 6:15 p.m. near Palmer, and this is when things got started. This is when we got the first reports of tornadoes. And Clarence is reporting multiple farms damaged and roads blocked due to what's left behind, the damage that it did cause. So we'll hopefully learn more as the night wears on just how bad the damage was, but we'll obviously cross our fingers that it wasn't too serious of a situation up there. We haven't heard of anything extreme yet, which is good.
So I'm watching the cell in Webster County. I'm not seeing rotation strong at any level, not even in the mid-levels of the storm. So that's good news out there. And even the rotation in Wright County appears to be out of Wright County at this time. So that is also good news. So what we're going to do is try to go back to programming a little while longer as we watch these storms develop. We have basically no tornado threat right now immediately. Taylor, do you agree we should be okay?
Yeah, I think this is moving out of our viewing area at this point. Wright County, I think you're going to be okay, even that sliver of northern Wright County. So yeah, I think we're okay to go back.
So yeah, the circulation's up here and moving off to the northeast. This one doesn't really have much circulation. It does still pose a hail threat in Badger and maybe toward Eagle Grove and those areas south of Humboldt. So we will go back to programming again, folks, and we will hopefully not have to come on again. But if you do, you can count on Local 5 to bring you the latest weather information. Stay with us for all the important information. 9:19, Atlantic 9:33, Scranton at 9:45, Jefferson 9:58, and then Panora at 10:08. So that would put it right out here just to the west, or right around Dallas County by 10 o'clock, and then right into the metro by 11 o'clock. So we're looking at that one warning. I don't see any other rotation that's that strong. A little bit up in Calhoun County, but again, it's a broader area, not a tight area. So let's see what we got here.
Primary area of concern continues to be in southwest Carroll County right now. We did just get our latest scan on some other radar software that we have. Doesn't look quite as intense with this latest scan, thankfully. Still broad rotation there. That looks to be just northeast of Manning at this point.
Hail isn't a big concern, but I am noticing a hail signature in Shelby County, which will be coming into Audubon County, and there may be some 1 inch or greater hail with that cell. It looks like a stronger hail producer there. Of course, tornadoes are the biggest concern for us, but we'll keep an eye on the hail and the straight line winds. And there is some pretty strong wind down there, I think, also in Shelby County.
Yeah, we have a couple of large severe thunderstorm warning boxes out there as well, one in far southwest Iowa and a separate one in northwest Iowa, which includes all of Calhoun County, western Greene County, far western Webster County, and western Humboldt County as well. Unfortunately for folks in Pocahontas County that have already dealt with tornadoes earlier this evening, heavy downpours and perhaps some severe weather ongoing there at the moment. As folks are maybe trying to clean up. We've had some reports of at least minor damage in eastern Pocahontas, western Humboldt County. Thankfully, no reports of anything substantial at this point, and hopefully we can keep it that way for the rest of the night.
Yeah, I'm expecting a warning to come out real soon for Audubon and Cass County. It's not been issued on your end, has it? You see anything?
No, I'm not seeing
I don't
that
see
yet.
anything either. So that's probably going to be issued very shortly just to keep this line moving eastward, and it's still packing a punch. So you folks in Audubon and Cass, I'm expecting a warning for you very shortly. As far as our rotation again in Carroll County, it is still very strong, folks, and we'll zoom in on this, but it's moving north of Templeton, it looks like, maybe the Halber area, Templeton area, and heading into the south side of the city of Carroll. So is that what you're seeing? Go ahead and take a look at that, Taylor. It looks like that area right here is moving on in.
Yeah, yeah.
This area right here, let's put the velocity on there again. So yeah, you can see this area right here, right in there. We're seeing that strong area of rotation, and it is heading right up into the Carroll area. So I'd say right here is the strongest rotation with that system.
And at the very least, you might be getting some strong straight line winds maybe on the south side of that rotation. While this is a little ways from the radar, some of those stronger winds aloft might make what we call mix down to the ground within the storm. So
yeah, the winds are wrapping around, and we call this like a kind of rear flank downdraft. But that's the cooler air that can really dive down and hit the ground and really push out. So Templeton, folks in Templeton could be feeling those winds. But our threat is also that tornadic threat. Again, no confirmation of it, but the radar still indicates a strong signature there. So we want to keep you safe.
Yeah, that's right. So that's, again, the storm's moving northeast pretty quickly at 45 miles per hour. I'll put an updated track out here.
It is definitely a bowing segment. I'm just kind of looking at the radar itself and putting it into motion. It is kind of bowing out right there.
So we continue to estimate that this area of rotation will get awfully close to Carroll right around 9:30. That gives you about 13 minutes or so. No confirmation that there is a tornado on the ground with this, but certainly at least some rotation. And gusty winds on at least the south side of this area of rotation as well. So southern Carroll County, at the very least, could see some strong wind gusts as that little bowing segment Brad talked about is going to punch through southern Carroll County here.
Slight weakening, but really negligible. I'm noticing a little bit of weakening on the rotation, but not that much concern. It's still a strong pocket of rotation there. And there's still some segments of rotation up in Pocahontas County and possibly in Calhoun County, but they're not strong enough to issue a tornado warning. It looks like the threat is much less. So I'm looking in southwest Iowa, and I don't see really too much at all as far as rotation. So that makes sense. The further north you go, the better the environment is. So anywhere north of Highway 30 or north of the interstate, I-80 is probably a better place for tornadoes to develop. So have to keep our guard up here as these storms move in.
Yep, that's right. So I'll pop up the warnings here once again. Looks like at least eastern Shelby County got added to a severe thunderstorm warning. I would guess it's a matter of seconds before Audubon County is added to a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm moving eastward. Rough drive right now on I-80 right near Avoca at this point. You're going to see some heavy downpours heading into Cass County here pretty soon within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So get ready for that in Atlantic. Possibility that you could see some severe wind out of it as well. And then up the line here, Fort Dodge, you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning at this time, but we have warnings just to your west, and certainly could see a severe warning issued for you folks in due time here as that storm in Calhoun County currently heads your direction. More heavy downpours, possibility of gusty winds and hail. And if we see the right amount of turning in that line, you never can rule out that tornado threat. So just pay attention to things as this line passes by.
Yeah. It looks like kind of a broad area of rotation. There's definitely a bowing segment. I'm almost more concerned about the wind right now going south of Carroll. But you folks in Carroll, there's still broad rotation in this area. Again, there's the bowing segment here. And on the northern end of that is where we're expecting the possible tornado. Again, radar indicates there could be one there. And again, our velocity scope, you can see it there. And
acting funny right now, but
yeah, it is kind of the color tables. But that is the area down here, and it is showing some signs of rotation. Let's put up the NROT product and see if that actually the shear can show it. So this is the pocket of shear, the rotation, and it's moved its way up to the south of Carroll now. So this is lagging behind, but it's toward the Roselle area and moving off to the northeast, probably getting very close to Highway 71 south of Carroll as it moves off to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour, I think it was, Taylor.
Yep, that's correct. Yep, and it's definitely getting closer to Carroll. South side of Carroll, that's probably where the area of rotation is going to pass on by on Highway 71 there. And then as it continues its march northeastward.
Yeah, and that's our strongest bowing segment too. I tell you what, looking at the radar, and you could even put a loop on that radar loop, it is bowing out in that area. You can see this little bulge right there. That's a bow. So that really shows us that there's winds in the atmosphere kind of pushing that thunderstorm line out, bowing it out. And then on the northern end is Carroll, and that's where we have that rotational element of the storm that can develop a tornado. And it is heading very fast now into the rest of Carroll County. So at the very least, we're going to see some high winds from this storm moving through Carroll County. So get ready for that. In the Dedham area, Glidden area, you're all going to see that rolling on in. Of course, it's going to be heading further off into Greene County. So be alert in Greene County. We're going to see your warning probably issued very shortly here as well. Actually, western Greene County is already in the warning, it looks like.
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
So that's the biggest concern I see on the radar right now.
There is a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for Audubon in northern Cass County, western Guthrie County as well. Let's see the details on that one. In effect until 9:45 this evening. Main threat is those severe straight line winds of 60 miles per hour, although there could be some small hail mixed in there as well. And notice at the bottom of that black box there, it says tornado possible. Sometimes with these severe thunderstorm warnings in these situations, the National Weather Service will put that tag, that tornado possible tag on there as kind of a heads up. Like it's not, we're not confident enough to issue a full-blown tornado warning, but hey, be on the lookout. Quick spin-up tornado is possible.
Yeah, because they don't want to issue tornado warnings for everything, but they want you to know that this storm could produce a tornado if it just comes together just right. So we got the bowing segment, we got this new warning down here. It's kind of flat, and that's expecting to be wind, but it's moving at 50 miles per hour, Taylor, and I just measured it's about 50 miles from Des Moines, so about an hour from now. So if it continues to be this fast, that's the big if, right? But if it continued to be that fast, it could be here at 10:30, but we're guessing probably closer to 11, but hopefully they get the game in. At Principal Park,
it's got to be wrapping up pretty soon, I'd imagine.
Yeah, hopefully they're wrapping up. We could probably, I don't know if you have that on your camera there or your scene, but we could pull up that scene. But a lot of folks are out at the big game. I mean, they might be a sellout out here. So hopefully we can get the storms to slow down enough to get these folks home for the home opener out at Principal Park. But it's a warm, humid night out there. A good environment for thunderstorms, unfortunately, and it's all going to change. This is a strong cold front. First we had a strong warm front, now we got a strong cold front coming in. This is the severe thunderstorm watch in effect because it's less likely to see tornadoes. Doesn't mean you can't. It's just the Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma, thought this was an area that would have fewer tornadoes. This is the area where tornadoes more likely, and that did verify, especially northwest of Fort Dodge. We had several tornadoes reported, large tornadoes, and we may even pull up some of that video for the folks that are watching out there. If Simon wants to load that, we can show some of that pretty amazing video that we had earlier, Taylor. So we got one severe thunderstorm or one tornado warning, and the rest of these are severe thunderstorm warnings. Pretty much the entire line has a warning with it right now.
Yep, that's right. So there's a good chance most of us in central Iowa will at least get some rain. A lot of us are going to see thunderstorms, and many of us could see borderline severe, if not full-blown severe weather. The severe threat, as we've kind of talked about most of the day, is going to be most likely north and west. As this line approaches I-35 in the next hour or two, it is going to start to weaken as our temperatures cool down. We don't have as much energy in the atmosphere in place, and that it will play a role in this line weakening eventually. Now,
yes.
That doesn't mean our severe threat's done.
No, we're kind of at the edge. The watch goes to Des Moines, and that's about right. So we might see severe weather, but it's more likely out here. I just got a report from my producer, Simon, that the iCubs game is a final now, so people are leaving now, so that's great news. This Boeing segment, the more it bows, the faster it is, so this is really a Boeing segment out there. We still have to watch this area on the north side in Carroll area. Let me check. I'm going to check my data over here just to take a quick look, and yeah, that rotation, it's broad. It's around Carroll, though, but that broad area rotation. So I think they'll probably let that tornado warning expire at 9:30, but still watch out for these areas as we go through the night on the top of that Bow Echo. So you can see that, kind of a broad area of rotation right in this area. Yeah,
most impressive part of this is probably the threat for the straight line wind just south of Carroll right there.
So these are winds coming toward the radar, and they're very strong. You probably put a marker on that or at 88 miles per hour.
Yeah, and I'll keep in mind that's scanning thousands of feet above the ground, but I wouldn't be shocked if there's at least 70 mile per hour straight line winds out of this.
Yes, for sure. And these are kind of mature, they're organized, and that's a very well-defined Bow Echo. So if anything could produce a 70 mile per hour wind, which we really haven't seen much of, I think this could do that as it moves through southern Carroll County and heading into Greene County, and you have that a warning in place as well. So a lot going on out there. Let's zoom out for a little bit.
We have a new tornado warning.
Oh, we do. I see that up to the north. It's for the same storm.
Okay, so they're still concerned about
they are.
That area of rotation near Carroll.
It's a broad area of rotation, but yet they're going to go ahead and warn that just to be safe, and that's going to head through northern and northeastern Carroll County and right up into Calhoun County, a small portion of northwest Jefferson County. So Glidden, Litterdale, Lanesboro, Lake City, and Lorville all in the tornado warning right now, especially Litterdale and Glidden. Yeah. Those are the next two cities.
Moving northeast at 55 miles per hour, so it's really taking off here.
Well, I think they're seeing what we're seeing too, Taylor. It's that northern part of that Bow Echo. It's so dangerous looking.
Yeah. And historically, that's the part of these squall lines that will most often produce at least brief tornadoes. So, they have some experience with that. Here is a rough timeline. That does include Fort Dodge. It's still a ways down the line for this particular part of the storm to maybe get to Fort Dodge, but after 10 o'clock would be a time to watch out for that. But the immediate concern is for areas near and just northeast of Carroll. And eventually southern Calhoun County will be an area of concern as well.
All right, Carroll, the airport there just reported 65 knots, which is about 70 miles per hour.
Okay, that's impressive.
We were kind of talking about that. We thought that could happen, so that's exactly what happened here, right through the Carroll area.
Wow.
Yeah, so you can see these winds here. We thought it could be up to 70. We've definitely got 70 mile per hour winds. Crossing Highway 71, going through the Willie area, north of Willie. Carroll getting hit pretty hard. I'm not sure if the airport's on the south side of Carroll or not, but this is the wind gust right here. This batch of light blue, strong winds, and those will continue to push off to the east. So if you live in this area south of Glidden, which is really it's kind of going parallel to Highway 30, south of Highway 30, we're going to see those high winds up to 70, maybe 80 miles per hour. I'm not convinced it couldn't be 80 right now. It looks like it
just looked it up. The airport is on the southeast side of Carroll.
Oh, that makes sense then.
Yeah. So 70, maybe 75 mile per hour wind gusts, not out of the question, just south of Highway 30 there.
And that could be pretty damaging,
It can, yeah.
You know, EF0, EF1 tornadoes, you know, are less than 100 miles per hour, and it causes a lot of damage. So this is a damaging storm bowing out, and on the northern side, we still have the tornado warning, and that is going to be extended up into areas to the northeast of Carroll County, and you can see it right here, extending its way up to the north, up into Calhoun County, and a small portion of Greene County here. Cherdan, you're kind of on the edge here, but we'll keep a watch out for that.
Also a report of about nickel-sized hail in Templeton.
Okay.
So not the biggest concern with this storm.
Yeah, I think wind and tornadoes. We thought that would be the case, and again, it's heading up into the southern part of Calhoun County.
That initial tornado warning just dropped, and we still have this ongoing tornado warning that includes Northeast Carroll and Northwest Greene County, Southern Calhoun County, in effect until 10 o'clock this evening.
It looks like the rotation is stronger higher in the storm. So it's definitely a rotating a segment there, but the lower levels is still kind of broad. But you know, like we saw earlier, we had that strong upper level rotation, and it came down, and we had a tornado earlier this evening pretty quickly. So that's I think a good call, issuing this tornado warning extending out of Carroll. So there's our line of thunderstorms, warnings all along that line, including the one tornado warning, and it's moving off to the east. And the speeds vary with the different segments, like the one in Carroll, that one's moving northeast, I believe at 55, or this line maybe not moving as fast, but it's all moving eastward with individual segments moving differently.
Yep.
To the northeast. So that I'm going to see if they're all moving the same speed. Most of them are 50 miles per hour. Here's 30. The northern end is moving 30 miles per hour.
Okay.
So let me see. The southern end is moving at 45. So yeah, it just varies. But that bow is moving probably the fastest right now, and that'll be coming into Greene County. So be prepared for that. And again, the tornado warning is in effect, and that is for Litterdale, Lanesboro, Lorville, all in the path of this storm.
We'll zoom back in there. The area of potential rotation, probably just north and east of Carroll at this time, on the northern edge of that bowing segment that Brad's been talking about, and that is tracking north and east. So if I'll take that off the screen and zoom in to that area of rotation. Again, Litterdale, Lanesboro, Lake City, Lorville, probably the areas that definitely need to take shelter at this time. The tornadic area of concern seems to be passing Carroll at this point. So the worst of the storm moving past Carroll right now. You are still technically in this tornado warning until 10 o'clock, but I'd imagine they're going to cut that off and shrink it to just northeast Carroll County here pretty soon as this moves on. Yeah,
at 9,000 feet, there's a very strong pocket of rotation with that cell at a higher scan that I'm looking at. But at the lower levels, it's kind of broad in general and not as strong, but still a very concerning area there, and that is just south of Litterdale and moving toward, well, very close to Litterdale and moving toward the Lanesboro or south of Lanesboro, passing north of Glidden right now. So again, we're talking about Carroll County is where we're talking about this rotational element. It will be moving northeast into Calhoun and possibly clipping northwest Greene County. So if you live in those areas, take shelter from this storm. And really all these storms are capable of putting down some tree limbs. So, I mean, if you live in an area with trees around your house, it's not safe to be upstairs. You got to be downstairs even during a thunderstorm, not really just a tornado. So again, here's our velocity showing those colors again. Yeah, it's kind of changing colors. Why does that keep changing?
I don't know. We're on the border of the two radars going back and forth, and it's just doing some funny things.
That would make sense, yeah, because depending on, it's coming to the radar, going away from the radar, so it's going to continue to change colors on us. But either way, the rotation moving northeast of Carroll right now, and you know, maybe sheer vision would be the best thing if it weren't moving so fast. But
so Ralston, Scranton, get ready. Here comes the heavy rain and the gusty winds. They are punching right through Highway 30 right now.
And if we put the velocity scope on, we'll probably see that pocket of high winds again coming in. Well, you can kind of see it moving in.
I'll try the scope.
It's really pushing on in to those areas. So very strong winds are coming in again right along Highway 30, just kind of running parallel to that right now.
Yep. So If it continues on its course, Jefferson, you might be in line for some very strong straight line wind gusts. If it decides to go straight east, it might take a jog a little bit to the north. We'll see. But central northern Greene County, you're next for at least some strong gusty winds heading your way. And we continue to have that tornado warning in effect for northwest Greene County, northeast Carroll County, southern Calhoun County until 10 o'clock.
Yeah, around the Litterdale area is what we're looking at, and still some rotational elements there, but nothing well defined, but still a concern for sure. The severe thunderstorms are going to be pushing to the east and going to continue to get closer to the metro. We hope that they'll weaken before they get to the metro, but we can't count on that. Probably, an hour from now, we will know more as to the intensity when they do reach the metro, but I'm expecting, really my hunch is they will not be as strong when they get to the metro. Maybe I'm just hopeful, but I think that they will start to weaken.
Yeah, that's what all the models say at least. So,
yeah,
and they were pretty dead on about what happened earlier this evening.
Now, granted, it's still very warm and humid out there. I think we're still, let me take a look at temperatures here. We're 76 over 60.
Yeah.
So still very warm air coming
warm.
in. Yeah, pretty incredible. So our warning continues. We don't want to, leave you hanging if there's a tornado warning, because those are so dangerous. We've had tornadoes already today. We've got winds of 70 plus miles per hour. So it's just almost, that warning is supposed to expire at 9:30, wasn't it? Or is this a new one?
New one until 10 o'clock.
Until 10, yeah. Okay, so that Boeing segment is still causing problems, and I'm looking at it, and the rotation is still broad and kind of ill-defined. So I'm not as concerned about that. I think really the straight line winds we know for sure are happening. And that might be the more concerning thing. You folks in Scranton are going to be feeling those winds, and eventually coming into Coon Rapids, you're going to feel those strong winds coming in as well.
Yep.
They may have maxed out earlier.
Perhaps.
It kind of looks like they did.
I'm clicking on our velocity map here to get some estimates from the radar. It's showing still 50 to 60 mile per hour winds.
Yep.
So still near, if not exceeding, severe level.
Audubon's got some strong winds around it, it looks like, too.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Wow.
They're pretty high, like 60 knots. So anyways, we are going to continue to watch this storm very closely because it could produce a tornado and some very high winds. Again, the strongest rotational element is in northeastern Carroll County, starting to move into the southern, around Lake City. There's some elements as well. So south of Rockwell City, those storms are moving in. So again, this is down into Audubon County. That warning continues, and we've got a little bit of a segment there that might be showing a bit of a notch there. Any notches you got to worry about, but around the Brayton area, some gusty winds there, but
nothing obvious there at this point.
Nothing obvious, no. But still, every little Boeing segment, every little notch has to be concerning because it usually defines how the winds are shaping. So it's a very, it's a very conditional type tornadic environment. All the conditions have to be kind of just right for a few minutes, and then you can get something to develop. But we do have these severe storms. We'll be moving into Guthrie County here within the next 15 or 20 minutes. That tornado warning continues until 10 o'clock, and that is heading generally up to the northeast. And we haven't seen much from that cell other than that rotational element, but it's been mostly at the mid-levels. And I'm talking like, now I'm looking at 6,800, almost 7,000 feet. There's still some good rotation around Lanesboro up in the cloud, basically. So almost a mile high, or more than a mile high. So it is rotating. But we haven't had any confirmation that it has produced a tornado. Now earlier, I think we did have, I don't know if it was this cell, but it might have been related to this cell. It did produce a tornado earlier back to the west in far western Iowa. So the situation continues to evolve and move eastward here. We have the watches in place, still a tornado watch to the north, still a severe thunderstorm watch to the south. And it doesn't mean you can't have one or the other, because you can still get tornadoes here for sure. Earlier, we had the tornadoes up here to the northwest of Fort Dodge. It was mostly in Pocahontas County, and we've had some pretty incredible images of those tornadoes as well. And I think I forgot to pull that up earlier when we had it, but if Simon wants to pull that up, we had some cool pictures of it. I mean, it was a very, if you can call it a pretty tornado, it was a very pretty tornado, well-defined tornado. This is the video. We can pull that video up now of we had earlier. Is it? Yep, giant tornado near Gilmore. So there was this picture, and there was another one that was even out of. Was that just a still picture we had that was so?
Well, it was a video.
It was a video.
One,
okay, so
this is,
I think it was a
great
tweet.
in its own right, but
it might have been a tweet from earlier, but this is pretty incredible. So, you know, kind of in a wide open space, and as you can see it there, in an open field, hopefully, and there were houses nearby. We've heard of some damage. We haven't heard of any of the extensive damage, and we have heard of no injuries. That's good news. Hopefully it stays that way. Here's our line of thunderstorms as expected. These are the cells right here, by the way, that did produce the tornadoes earlier, and they're kind of just moving up into Minnesota now, but they're out ahead of the main line, which is still yet to come through central Iowa. And you can see it kind of working its way through. And there's even a tornado warning down here, down to the southwest of us, and that is in Nebraska. Just goes to show you, we can't let our guard down. Even down in here, we've had a tornado warning issued. So things are still very active out there and very fluid as this line of storms moves through. So hopefully we get some rain. I think we could use some rainfall. Some areas might get a ½ inch of rain. I don't think it'll be much more than that. Flooding is not an issue. There's a picture. We got to show that picture there. That's the Iowa tornado by Palmer, by James Wilson. So this is from James Wilson. That gives you an idea of what we were looking at earlier. That's kind of just a classic tornado. You got the farm on the left, hopefully no damage, and then you've got that classic tornado. Look how there's no rain at all. Later, I think this one is the one that became rain-wrapped. So it was a massive tornado, or at least a powerful tornado. Maybe not wide, but it was a very strong tornado, it looked like. And then it became rain-wrapped and nobody could see it. But that is a classic tornado there near by Palmer. So let's go back and show you. Got the storm track here, Taylor, and it is moving, what, about 50 miles per hour?
Yeah, so the individual storms are moving northeast around 50 miles per hour. The whole line itself is also moving west to east, so it's kind of tricky to track these, but generally speaking, maybe a west to east progression of about 40 miles per hour. So that would put Guthrie Center in line to see some storms here at the top of the hour. Clarinda around that time as well. Greenfield, we're talking closer to 1020, 1030. In Adel, Dallas County, that's probably going to be about an hour from now or so, give or take. And we're expecting 10:30 to 11 p.m. is when the Des Moines Metro will likely see these storms. And as we move northward, you'll notice there is a new severe thunderstorm warning for Dodge and several other counties. This is, again, the main threat being damaging straight line winds here in effect until 10:15 p.m. I'll pop that back up. That's warning information. Could be some small hail as well, but get ready for some gusty winds in Fort Dodge. Heavy downpours coming your way as well. Already creeping into far northwest Webster County, surrounding Humboldt County with heavy rainfall at the moment, and that will push into, once again, Wright County and Hamilton County. You might get some storms for the first time today.
I don't know if they're going to do this, but there's a chance. So there could be another tornado warning issued for Calhoun County heading into Webster County for that same cell that we've been tracking through Carroll County, because it is exiting the warning area now. It's moving pretty fast, actually a little bit ahead of schedule. And it's a pretty good rotation south of Rockwell City, Taylor. And now we're up, the lowest scan is up about almost 5,000 feet. So, you know,
okay, I see where you're looking.
Yeah, it's south of Rockwell City, and we'll have to watch that one. It's at the top of that Bow Echo still.
So just north of Lorville, I think is what you're looking at? Okay. So I'll try to highlight that here. Approximately there right now, right near 175.
Rockwell City and Lorville, yeah.
Yeah. Again, just another in several notches in these lines that we have to watch closely as that progresses north and east.
So this just alert you that, yeah, that could be an area where we see a new tornado warning issued. The last one, has it just been taken off that map?
It looks like it has.
Not off my GR, but we'll see if that gets reissued or not. But keep an eye on this one, and it could affect Fort Dodge.
It was canceled.
It was canceled. Okay, so maybe that means that they're not worried about it. We've watched it for 2 counties now, so that's good news that they've canceled that. So we still have this strong line of thunderstorms moving in, and they still have some gusty winds, and they still have that ability to produce a tornado. And what's kind of bad about it is it can happen very quickly. These tornadoes can pop up very quickly along the line.
Yeah, so I've had some people ask me, should I just sleep in the basement tonight? What should I do? I think your best advice I can give is to make sure you have a way to receive warning information while you're asleep. If a tornado warning is issued for your location, you are going to get one of those emergency alerts on your phone, kind of like what we get for Amber Alerts. And most of the time that sounds off a loud noise that should wake you up. So just make sure your phone is not on do not disturb mode before you go to bed tonight, and hopefully it won't be an issue in the first place, but make sure you have your phone set loud enough to hear that alert. Of course, our We Are Iowa app will send alerts to your phone as well, so if you have your volume cranked up on your phone, that can help you out. We're streaming online this coverage on YouTube, weareiowa.com. You can watch our coverage on the We Are Iowa app, so if you have to take shelter during a tornado warning, you can just watch us on your phone or your laptop, bring that with you, and stay up to date on the latest information. You can download the app with that QR code right there on your screen. Just take a picture of that, and all that information should pop up for you nicely.
That's some good advice there, Taylor. I wouldn't head to the basement to camp out necessarily, but be weather aware tonight. This line, look how flat it is now. This is the only segment up here that I'm more concerned about, that Boeing segment with the notch and everything. But it's pretty flat down here, and we're going to have some wind, we're going to have some rain. But I still believe the models that say it's going to weaken. So hopefully that happens. It's not a guarantee, but hopefully that happens. But this is the area of concern. Churdan getting some wind right now. We'll probably see another warning issued. The good news, no more tornado warnings have been issued with this cell, but it's still packing some wind with it. And the possibility of a tornado always exists within this line of thunderstorms. But hopefully an hour from now, which would put us close to 10:45, that's about when it'll be knocking on the door of our western suburbs. So another hour from now, hopefully it has weakened enough that we're not as concerned. But right now we have, they haven't issued any new warnings here. So maybe they're thinking what I'm thinking, but no warnings have been issued out here to the west here of our east of Audubon.
Well, what do you say? Maybe we send it back to programming till the 10 o'clock show?
Yeah, I think we'll take a break because we don't want to go all the way to the newscast. So let's go ahead and take a break from things. Things have quieted down. There's still a threat for severe weather. We will continue to have the crawl running. You can go to weareiowa.com. You can have the app. Many ways to get the information. We'll continue to monitor it closely here, Taylor and I. But we'll go back to programming right now, and we will be back at 10 o'clock with a full recap of tonight's severe weather.
And night here in Iowa. We are leading off with weather. We have team coverage with meteorologist Taylor Kanost standing by. But first, let's go with Chief Meteorologist Brad Edwards.
Yeah, here's the latest out there. It's been a very active night out there. We've had tornadoes, high winds, large hail. We've had it all tonight. Now we're mostly focused on wind threats out there. And this is the area up here again in northwestern Iowa, which has already seen tornadoes. Now we've got wind coming through the Fort Dodge area, a little bit of a Boeing segment. Still a threat, an isolated threat for a tornado with that as well. But you can see these thunderstorms working through Jefferson, Guthrie Center, and on down to the south. And this line is continuing to move off to the east pretty rapidly at 40 miles per hour or so. Some of the segments are moving faster. But you can see it's going to be toward Greenfield at 1024 and maybe to the western suburbs here before 11 o'clock. So that is moving our way. Here's what we had earlier. The tornadoes were reported in eastern Pocahontas County and also in eastern Humboldt County, and there was damage reported, although so far it's been minor, and they were pretty well-formed tornadoes, that's for sure. We also had one in western Iowa with that line of storms that went through, and we've had some wind gusts, like in Carroll, winds are gusting up to 70 miles per hour. Well, we're not completely done yet. We've extended the watches till 12 a.m. and 1 a.m., so that threat for severe weather might reach the metro. Let's go over to Taylor and talk more about that.
Yeah, one of the reasons we still have the severe threat is because it is still extremely warm outside for this time of the night. It was our warmest day yet this spring for a lot of us. We had highs in the 80s across much of central, southern, and western Iowa. Des Moines climbed to 82 degrees today, and it has hardly cooled down this evening. Still 75 in Des Moines, still 77 in Ames, widespread 70s in southern Iowa as well. But notice Carroll, where it's been raining recently and where the cold front's moving in, temperatures falling quickly down to the 50s, and we will see that quick cool down once these storms arrive here in central Iowa. So you see those widespread storms across the state. That's going to be approaching central Iowa over the next several hours. We'll time it out here, and as we head toward 11 p.m. and midnight, that's when we'll see the storms arrive along the I-35 corridor. A little bit of a tilt there from the northeast to the southwest, but you get the general idea. Now, as we move through time, the severe threat is going to start to wind down a little bit. East of I-35, not a huge threat for severe weather, maybe an isolated severe storm or two, but certainly could see some heavy downpours and plenty of lightning that might keep you up late tonight due to those storms rolling through. Most of that rain should be out of here by the time you wake up tomorrow morning. So again, still a bit of a threat out there, but the severe threat generally winding down this evening, Stephanie. Hopefully that's a trend that will continue for the rest of the night.
Yes, hopefully indeed. All right, Taylor, thank you. We are learning tonight of another malfunctioning outdoor siren in Newton. Siren number 1, as it's known, is out of service. Leaders said it impacted the siren at North 11th Avenue and East 12th Street North this afternoon. Crews checked the other sirens and said they did not go off. And don't forget, use your phone to scan the QR code here to download the We Are Iowa app. Our weather team can keep you and your family safe and informed through weather situations just like tonight through this app. Turn on notifications so you never miss what to expect.
Everyone, I've been with Taylor Kanost all night, our other meteorologist, and I tell you what, it's been a crazy night, Taylor.
Yeah, it sure has. And this picture, this tornado behind us really took over the show in north central Iowa early this evening. I mean, it may have been on the ground for dozens of miles. We don't know for sure, but it looked mean on radar, and here's proof of what it did.
And we don't know how long it was on the ground until they do the survey. That'll happen tomorrow, and there was some damage, unfortunately.
Yeah, we have seen some pictures on social media around Gilmore City of some damage. You can see debris covering the road. I believe this is Highway 3. Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks to Chuck Haskin
South
for that
of Rutland.
picture.
So yeah, unfortunately there was some damage. Hopefully it's not too bad out there, but it was a powerful tornado, and we can't say for sure, but it looks like maybe EF2 or stronger, but we'll know tomorrow.
Yeah, just based on some of the early damage pictures we saw, that certainly looks like the case.
Well, we're not completely out of the woods yet, folks. We've got some thunderstorms out there right now. Let's go right now to the radar. No tornado warnings in effect right now, but we still have the possibility of maybe an isolated tornado. That threat grows lower and lower with time. This is the area that maybe could do that. It's in northern Iowa under a tornado watch. We had that Boeing segment and this Clarion area in Wright County. We have to keep an eye on that. Right now you have a severe thunderstorm warning in that area, and there could be some severe weather with that, with the mainly wind being the greatest threat. Looks like winds maybe up to 60 miles per hour. Earlier we had a report of 70 miles per hour in Carroll. You can see them pushing on through to the east here, and they're kind of getting jagged on the edge. Notice that? It's losing its well-defined front line out there, and the radar kind of jumps on us. We must have lost some data, but either way, it is starting to break up a little bit, kind of what the model said would happen. So this is good news. We don't have any warnings here for Adair County, Guthrie County. You've got some heavy downpours coming through, some lightning and thunder, but no severe weather being reported there, so that's good news. Those watches extended for a little while longer. Hopefully we won't need them, but thankfully everybody got out okay, and we got good news for the iCubs, which I'll let Raina talk about in sports later on. 75 degrees out there. Feels like a summer night. South winds though are at 30 miles per hour, so it's very warm and fairly humid. This was our warmest day. We got up into the 80s today. Still 77 degrees in Ames right now. How about that? Well, we're looking at colder air coming in later tonight. You're going to wake up to some chilly air. Here are the highs today, by the way. 90 degrees in Council Bluffs. I think Omaha got up to 91 or 92. Winds are out of the south now, but they are going to switch to the northwest like they have in Sioux City as that cold front moves through. It's 17 degrees in Rapid City right now. It's 75 in Des Moines. There's a big area of low pressure, and it's causing a lot of problems. We've got a blizzard going on in North Dakota, a full-fledged blizzard, 2 to 3 feet of snow, wind, cold air. This is pretty amazing, and you're going to say, wow, what a difference a day makes tomorrow, because that cold air is going to be rushing into Iowa with westerly winds and sticking around on Thursday as well. So the warm air was short-lived with this powerful system. There's that line of thunderstorms at 10 o'clock, and I expect it will move our way here by midnight and probably start to see some effects of it by 11 o'clock. But look how it kind of flattens out, falls apart. There could be little segments, though, that are still severe. So it's not completely dead, but it will fall apart as the night goes on. A little bit of rain and maybe some snowflakes mixing in. It won't accumulate, but that'll happen tomorrow afternoon. Then we finally clear the skies out for a very windy but sunny Thursday. High temperatures tomorrow, only in the 40s out there. For tonight, scattered thunderstorms mainly before 2 a.m. After that, I think we're done. 48 tomorrow, some rain possible, especially through the early afternoon hours. And here's your 10-day forecast, sponsored by Holt Plumbing and Heating. Cool weather to finish the week, and then Easter Sunday still looks like a chilly day with the chance of rain or snow showers. No accumulation expected. Finally, some better weather going into late next week. Stephanie?
All right, Brad, thank you so much.